welcome. Happy Friday, first off, and welcome back to Final Fantasy Series Live Play Session 111. Last time I thought we beat the game, and we didn't beat the game. Although I would heavily say this is very end game. This is like ultimate end game. So yeah, this time, hopefully, maybe, potentially, we will beat the game. Maybe. Actually going to go buy some items, because I did actually do a little bit of hunts, just to get my XP up a wee bit. And also because of certain items that you get from there, because I might actually be able to get the ultimate, like the Goddardam. The Goddardam. I'm not actually sure how you pronounce it, but might be able to get it.
You'll not find a better price than that.
So we might be able to get that today. So that's what we'll be doing today, is getting the Goddardam and the beating the game.
If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it.
Now, don't sell the Ragnarok, because we need that. don't sell that.
You got out else? And be thankful you got that much. You got out else? And be thankful you got that much. Finished, are you?
So that's what we're going to do today, because the part there's like side quests that unlock after this point, so we can do those and then we'll beat the game. That's the plan.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Indeed. All hands on deck.
Is this everyone?
Oh, is he going to give like...
As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar.
Chaos.
Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
I do love the Joshua thinking pose. I do like that thinking pose.
Corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stonehere, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Just jump up.
Right.
Get Dion to do that flippy flip that he did the last time.
Well, go on then. Bugger off.
Oh, it was tactful as always.
Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset.
What can I get you, Sid? The usual, then.
Satisfied exhale.
Oh, keep your mug handy.
Possibly the best subtitle in the game? Possibly. It's up there.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
It is.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain.
But he won't prevail.
But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
He's right, Joshua. Or he's right, Clive, sorry.
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima.
Dion's kind of badass. I kind of like him. I was like not sure of him. I thought it was a bit too polished for my liking, but no, I like him as a character. He's pretty good.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
Indeed. And also that flip he pulled off in the last session was pretty badass. I still remember that as like 10.0, 10.0.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back.
I mean...
And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to. Does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Oh. Hi, Jill.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
Stop being adorable. Stop it. Stop. Stop being adorable. Now here's all the quests.
Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
And there's a... Oh my god, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. There be a lot. Yeah, how many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then those two in the... Jesus Christ. Okay, well... Guess we'll get cracking. I did want to do all the side quests. In case you haven't noticed, your poor Harry spends all the time in the rear deck rubber like Gab with his cups. Something right, and my gut tells me it's not to do with a supply of antidote bones.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. Their existence in ancient texts seems so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime. There's a chance of counter to find with such a tome from a distance. That sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in clearing that text, should you require further incentive, then I am willing to offer compensation for services rendered.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
And I guess we'll start this one up here. You're setting this plan of yours then? I am. You never want to shy away from a fight. Somebody say it runs in the family. Father would be proud.
Thank you, Uncle.
I know he'll be up with us up there.
As for down here,
you may take comfort in the knowledge that the realm will be capable in my capable hands to your return. Indeed.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control.
Yeah, about that.
Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many, but in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes, but such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
Does he have the Havel gear from Dark Souls?
An Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already
He better have the Havel armor and the Havel gear and the Dragon Tooth club.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the field marshal
There's been a lot of chaos
in person,
already.
Then so be it.
There's been 3 chaoses already, and we're only 20 minutes in. I have a bad feeling.
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
what you will.
Lady Karen has seen us.
Hi, Torgal. What do you want, boy?
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Bork, bork.
Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
Bork, bork.
You want me to go with you somewhere?
Bork, bork.
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
I mean, that'd be amazing if it did talk. That'd be interesting.
Where to then, Torgal? Torgal, where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria.
Bork, bork.
Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there. Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
we're going to find the ultimate book, I guess.
Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
There's a song about that too.
A rare gem indeed. One whose name
I won't
have
sing
not
it,
thought
but
to hear from your lips.
it's a song that
You've been talking to Vivian.
I actually kind of like.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers.
Oh.
A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some
Stop
chance,
saying From a Distance,
able
it'll make me
save
want to
even
sing
a
that
single
song.
book from
I'm
the
not
poor
going to
man's
do it.
library,
No matter how many times you
I
say
know
it, game,
his soul
I'm not
would
going to
rest
do it.
easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Do you see that too?
As far as that is, or oh, the side quest is over Tabor.
What is it? Please, just make it stop. I'm scared.
What's this do? Oh, it's just increase number of hits. Yeah, it's sort of like enemies in range kind of thing.
It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
That's probably not a good idea.
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
This isn't Mortal Kombat. It can be, but it's not.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos.
Chaos.
But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons.
A lot of chaos so far. There's a lot of chaos.
So many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals, but those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to.
That you
what
do?
we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Oh, up here. Yeah, but Quentin was always like, I'm doing this on my own without your help, so I don't know if this is the right guy, Clive, but we'll do our best.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
Maybe.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
So yeah, there's a lot of quests right now.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan. Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy. Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other. One other? Who, exactly? Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator. One of your co-conspirators? Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes. Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places.
I'm sure politicos is not a word, but I want it to be a word.
I'm glad you approve. The more the merrier, eh? Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages. Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion. But luckily I had some unexpected help. From who? Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits. It was more of a handful. Well, the old battle-axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit. I'm happy to hear it. Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you? Of course, Uncle.
I like Lord Byron. He's just like archetypal lord.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But but I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Once more, my friends. Not so subtle, cough.
Shall we begin again?
Okay, that's the bit. That's the best subtitle. That's the best subtitle. That overtakes satisfied sigh. Not so subtle cough takes over the best subtitle of the game.
Storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony?
Indeed.
Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, my quill.
You have a. I was about to say you have a quill, but I shouldn't ask that because of course you do. Of course you have a quill. Why wouldn't you have a quill?
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Yay. I just remembered. Like, if I master these, I can basically equip it to any icon. This and this. That's what mastery is? Yeah. Which means I could equip it to Shiva and basically do the slide, because the slide seems better than the forward than the dash. Because, like, that's in any direction, whereas that seems to be, like... That's, like, closing the gap, I guess. I don't know. It's a tough one to decide which is better for, like, movement.
What do you think that thing is? And how the hell is it gonna...
This is it then, brother.
Alas, that's what Ultima awaits. Only a finder knows what awaits us up there.
Indeed.
Wherever we find, we shall overcome it. It would not do to disappoint our friends. I believe in you, Clive. If only the ends of the earth if they could.
You're wrong.
My friends don't follow me. They spur me on. Couldn't have made it this far without them. Nor about you, Joshua. Give me your blessing, and you made me your shield. But you, I don't know how I would have even survived. Even when we're apart, you're always with me. And I trust you'll be with me now until the end.
Of course.
Whenever that may be.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's... not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will. Or something akin to it.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I'm ready to leave when you are.
Okay, so 1 is there. There's also a quest there though. 3 is there. 2 is... where's 2? 2's over here, I think.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy.
Nah. Definitely not.
I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees.
Missed!
Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
Huh. Interesting, it's called Mist. From Final Fantasy IV. No burning of this place though, which is good.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Oh, look at Poppy Torgal! Look at Poppy Torgal! Look at Poppy Torgal!
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy?
Aww.
Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting.
And look at Puppy Torgal. And Big Torgal too. But Puppy Torgal's still adorable.
Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
Bork.
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Sorry, there's someone at the door there. Salesperson.
Sorry for the wait.
So there's a quest here and also a marker here, so
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
my beloved sons, I don't ask much of you in this coming war, but in no other way to secure a future for our Duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms. And if all of Rosario striving as one might be the last to overcome it. I may plan to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. I shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I think you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. It's been an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, You may round up the love and the faith that I hold for both of you, your father.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will, and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it, at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
We shall. Oh, this way.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
Ah.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, his house as yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it.
Oh.
It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
You two really are brothers.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. We must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our
I'm
brethren...
just going to skip some of these, because there's a lot. I want to beat this game today.
But Ash...
You go.
If this new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus...
Hey, Platt. You've been hard at work. Not only with your album, but also with actual work. It's going good. We're basically doing our final wrap-up of side quests before the end game here. And there's a lot of them. There's like, I think I counted like 12 side quests, so we're doing them all because they're all voiced. So yeah, it's been a fun game, and it's like, oh, there's like 12 side quests. Oh boy. I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah. I mean, it's Friday. Can't really complain. Well, I say your album. It's your and your friends. I think. I think that's probably the best description of it. I love those moves. They're so powerful. Oh. Suddenly random enemies. I still love the mortal blows.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
So yeah, we're pretty much at very end game right now. Hi, Smurg.
There it is. The House Rosfield. Over here. This one. Let's try.
Oh, goodbye. Nope, not done yet. Thank you for the subscribers. 27 months. Holy mackerel, dude. 27 months.
There's this too, I guess, lol.
There is this too. Indeed it is. But thank you for 27 months. Man, time flies. I was talking about this the other day. It's like to not
the Heartstone.
I expect
that it's been 10 years since ARR, Final Fantasy 14 ARR came out, and I'm like, I just feel old with that information. I just want to crumble into dust, but I'm not allowed to do that just yet. With that information. Like, what has happened to time? Please stop. Well, unfortunately, time does not stop. As much as I want it to, it's not going to. Time is weird. I think that's possibly the best explanation for that. Time is indeed weird. Oh man. And I think I said on Twitter the other day that Final Fantasy X is like 22 years or something. I'm like, it can't be, but it is. It's some number. I can't remember what the exact number was. I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, no, this game's been like, it's been good in areas, but it's also been kind of, I don't know. I still don't really know how to feel about this game.
Oh, thank the founder you were safe. The griffin is slain then?
It's good, but it's also, there's some areas, there's some things that I wouldn't have done. But this part,
yes,
where
this
all the side
radiant
quests are
master
fully
like
voiced,
frozen flame.
yes,
Just as your father described.
very good. I like that part.
Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
The lapidary? Ooh. I don't know what that word means, but it means something.
If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith.
There's also been a lot of English voices, which just make my heart very happy.
The armbands are complete.
The English part of my heart.
Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us.
Yeah.
I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued.
So you're gonna wait until the
Lord
Griffin
Cyril
like died of
appeared
natural
before me.
causes.
He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered. And that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord.
So they can't be noble when they want to be, Clive and Joshua. Well, Clive less so. Joshua already knows how to be very noble, but
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff. Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay your father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there.
Oh.
It has been since the day we recovered it from
get that?
Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it.
Apparently yes.
It is a part of your inheritance.
Apparently we do get it.
I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Man, this is gonna hit a little bit because, like, obviously, I lost my father, and yeah, I went to visit his resting place for Father's Day, so this is kind of a hitting hard one. Where are we here? So I said at the start of the stream that we might beat the game today, but considering that there's like, I think it was like 12 side quests, I think I counted, we might not beat the game today. We'll see.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies.
I might do a bit of skipping. But I don't want to because, like, all the side quests are voiced, so it's kind of...
He was with us. It made all the difference.
Sorry, Chocobos. Why are you attacking Chocobos? Because they're evil? Chocobos? That's actually the reason. So, like, in the game there's a... like, it's called a Kashik, where, I guess, like, the ether overcomes the, like, animals and stuff, and, yeah. They become basically like zombies, almost. And I'm not doing it for no other reason, no. Not at all. I wouldn't do that. I remember, like, whenever I first started the game, whenever I was, like, traveling, I was like, can you attack the chocobos? And then I could, and I was like, well, you can attack the chocobos. Sus. Not me? No, not a bit, no. Also, are these new emotes, Plat? These are new emotes, aren't they?
Father always fought for what
they're not yours.
Was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized.
Yeah, I realized that after I hovered over them.
For anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
Yeah, that's why I sort of asked if they were new emotes, because I thought they're sort of like yours, because obviously you have a lot of cat emotes because of Cleopatra.
To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I mean, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stand against the very god.
I shall be borrowing
in typical
this,
RPG style.
That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
What? Fighting a god in my Final Fantasy title? No way. There's been a few things I'm like, this is different for the Final Fantasy game, but no. It's definitely, there's been enough fighting gods in Final Fantasy and in RPGs in general. You'd think they'd run out of gods at this point, but no.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
And this is good EXP game for the last fight. Because the last fight might be hard. Even though I am playing on story mode. Oh! Okay. I thought it was already with us. Sure. I don't know why the game gave us that, or the game gave us that, I don't know why the game gave us that notification, but I guess it did. It was like, hey, he's with us now. It's fine.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers? Here to help me pack?
Nope.
Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
Oh.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and loved. The hideaway.
Sure.
Of course.
More children hype.
Welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget.
I don't know if that's something to be hyped about, but sure.
Are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one.
The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Yeah, so ether is like
every last one of the bastards
the bad energy?
And they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate.
And you probably got the warning about this game, Plat, but yes, this game is rated 18. Because there's been a lot of swearing, and a lot of blood, and people without shirts, and other clothing.
Yes, my lord.
In the game. That's all I'll say on that front.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation. Understood. I'll do what I can to convince everyone else.
I think is this the first Final Fantasy game to have like actual like swearing? Because in 7 it was censored.
You
trying to think.
Listen to me. They're coming.
I mean, I haven't played through all of 14, so I don't know if 14 has swearing.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important
Lord
message.
Underhill.
There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps.
Revenge
If
against
he had
who?
not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
Well, if I can prove that it is true.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
Oh, that's fine.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted.
The bloody fools.
Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
I mean, we're probably going to have to fight them now.
Further! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor, I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that. Wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves. You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
Just go on. Yeah.
Yes, go!
Come on, then.
Go on, go!
Just go.
Lubor, wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
Yeah, chucking rocks against children? You don't do that.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist!
Children show the adults up. I like it.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
Oh, they are. Just because he's a bearer. So, like, the bearers are, like, kind of like, basically, like, magic users.
Tell us,
and they're basically shunned because of it.
deal with these Akashic of yours.
We won't run, but we will fight.
Like, super shunned.
All right, then. Fine.
Hey, main theme.
Gather round if you don't want to die.
Gather around if you don't want to die. That's a good line, actually.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the
Cheratina, is that how you
decided
pronounce
to make it
that?
their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted.
I mean, I could probably take all of them because I have Xantu's taken.
Converge on its
but
position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchants not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all?
Of course.
I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
Yeah, gardening.
I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Gardening.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
Nope. That seems quite far. I actually, yeah.
Good. That will keep some of them out.
I might actually call my chocobo here, just to get there a bit faster.
Good girl.
Faster.
Yes, we have our own chocobo. And yes, that was the chocobo theme. Very, very short.
Have care.
That little bit was the chocobo theme. I was like, okay.
There it is. The flood. But what's waiting for us inside? Thanks, Gal. Single one alive.
I was about to say. You almost feel sorry for these guys. Yeah. Almost. Where are they? Over here.
Get him.
And I think we'll still damage while I'm doing that. It's hard to tell. Again, Zatsu Second is really strong. It's really good.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
Possibly the best icon in the game is Odin. Possibly. It's definitely like in terms of attack power, really good. Sometime later.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Call me my correct name this time.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
My lord?
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it.
We bloody did do it.
Saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly
I
sorry.
mean, he did more than die. He
We
chucked
only
rocks
hope
at
that
him.
you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a
Finally.
stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Oh.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start.
So Bearer is kind of like a magic user in this game, and they're marked by
And I do not doubt that we should
like a
need to
mark
call
on their
our
cheek,
combined strength again.
which is how
When that
people
time
are
comes, I will expect us all to
basically
pull
discerned
together,
as bearers.
just as we did today.
And as I said, they're massively
our word.
shunned by
And
a lot of
secondly,
people.
you will accept that
So
if
I
am to
noticed
lead
that Luber didn't have a mark,
then this
so obviously
treatment
his
of
was
bearers
removed,
must
which
end
can be
here in
it can be removed.
Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same
But
rights as any other citizen. They will not
some
be
people don't
judged
have
by
that
what
luxury. So
they
basically,
are,
the whole story revolves
who they
around Clive here, trying to offer like safe haven
As
to
we
bearers,
failed to do, and came so close to losing
and trying to
everything.
spread the word that bearers are
agree
not
to
all
your
bad.
And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil. As you
I think I
always
described
have.
that correctly. I probably missed a few bits of pieces of
Condition accepted.
lore there, but that's about the gist of it.
Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
Oh, I seem to have borrowed a special hat now. Is there a mayoral hat? I guess there is a mayoral hat in some areas.
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubo. About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will.
You don't want
And not
outlawed
just the
children.
But everyone in Dalamel.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Oh. Get so much HP. XP, sorry. Okay. So the minute there's like 12 or more side quests, and it's like, I wanted to do all the side quests because they're all voiced, and now I'm like, there's so many. So many side quests at the end. Like, there hasn't been this many side quests so far in the game. Like, so far there's been like a max, what, maybe 3 or 4? I think there's like, one time there was 6. There's a lot. I guess it's like, hey, these are all the side quests before the end of the game. Probably why I do them, because they do give XP. Some of them do, anyway. And the others give renown, which gives you items as well, so they are worth doing. As well as the whole, their voice actor thing.
This one. Get him. Go for it.
You know, I haven't done it in a bit. Where are you, Torgal? Pet the Torgal. Pet the Torgal. Yeah. Pet the Torgal. So yes, you can pet the dog. Well, it's more of a wolf, but... honestly, I said this previously, it's definitely up there as best Final Fantasy doggo. And it has some tough competition from Interceptor, Angelo, and Red 13.
Might this be Nickelbug?
Pretty tough competition, but he's a very good boy. And you should see Poppy Torgal. Poppy Torgal just made me want a dog again. I was like, no, James, can't have a dog.
The village seems safe enough at least.
It's not that I can't, it's, you know.
What is going on here?
I don't think a dog would suit me right now.
You too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be
Like, if I
honest,
was going to have an animal, I'd probably get a
sure I'd
cat
find
more
him
than a
here.
dog.
Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed.
The rite?
This village is their altar, where they shall cast their shoals upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
But we killed Barnabas.
Oh, Lord, Cleanse us of our sins.
Yes, and there is religion in this game. You know, typical Final Fantasy, where the religion is evil.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Stone? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
Great.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Alright, in the actual house.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you?
Do you not, like, recognize me?
Lord Rosfield.
There we go.
If I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter.
Uh-oh.
You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not
but we
that they
killed
might be
him.
Granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I too swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more.
Maybe it's just a sort of like an escape from their lives sort of thing.
So I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream.
But how long would that
might
take?
do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become a Kashik.
Yep, that's it. There it
I know
is.
that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great...
Oh.
Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here.
Well, the battle music is playing.
Beneath the flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
And yes, there are echoes which are basically robots? Question mark? Because of course there are. I love Zantusik in level 5. Kills pretty much anything apart from like the big boys.
What now?
Even against the big boys, it does like a butt ton of damage. Oh, speaking of big boys, that'd be a big boy.
We meet again.
Morning, Marshall. We're just fighting whatever the heck this is. We are very much at end game, so it's just like doing the final side quests. And there's a lot of final side quests. There's a lot of them. Did I dodge that? I don't know if it is. That worked.
Damn it.
Oh. Well, I got error. I mean, it pretty much is. That is pretty much what it is. The limit break in this game is pretty much Devil Trigger.
That they might have a chance to find true salvation.
And don't forget, the combat was made by the same, combat director of Devil May Cry, so, you know,
when the Undying plucked
definitely a connection there with it.
And gave me a cause to believe in. Duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord.
Are they though? I mean, is it a saving becoming a literal zombie? Oh. Sometime later.
They are saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
I think Clive has it right.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
That's a tough one.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
That's a good point.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
I mean, you don't want to die, obviously, but...
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them. We protect them.
Yeah, Ryoto Suzuki.
We die.
Same guy that did Devil May Cry.
Better or worse. That is our creed.
That, you know.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did
Same
was
combat
right.
director for Devil May Cry.
I believe.
Because I remember, like, early reports of it. It was like, oh, hey, they're bringing the guy that did Devil May Cry combat in for Final Fantasy. I'm like,
willing servants. And this was his will. The ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important.
Speaking of Devil May Cry, fun fact, it's originally going to be Resident Evil 4 until it was made as its own separate game. That would have been interesting. If Devil May Cry turned into, like, was supposed to be Resident Evil 4, that would have been an interesting change for the series. I feel people wouldn't have liked it, but I'm glad we got the Resident Evil 4 that we eventually did get, and then Devil May Cry was its own separate entity. Ah, there's our Calcum, good. Need one more. And we can get the ultimate weapon. We can get the Gatherdom. Is there not another one? Oh yes, there's one up here. Is that the? Yeah, that's the other one. I'll take it first, actually.
A fortress?
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the market.
I would speak with this Duke.
Time to meet with alternative Reese.
Your town needs you.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
There are three prototypes of Resident Evil 4 that...
It's the Duke.
The codename Hookman prototype and the one with the paranormal prototype. Interesting. I did not know that.
And put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine.
I like your hat.
And it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Somebody developed recreated the Hookman prototype into a working version of Resident Evil 4. That's really cool.
And supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is
so basically what you're saying is Resident Evil 4 went through a lot of reiterations before becoming the game we know. This is interesting.
Who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Did you have to tell me that, Marshall? I think I've crumbled into dust with that statement.
My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong.
It did, and I loved it for it.
Who must serve the Empire, but the Empire
I loved it. I loved Resident 4 for that.
He's always been like this. Scornful of the
like I was a big fan of Resident Evil 3 and was bitterly disappointed with what they did with Resident Evil 3 Remake.
We must fight him by all possible
because I loved Resident 3.
Fight him? No.
But Resident 4 is very good second.
The tension in Northreach.
You're a bit sus of Sabine. I mean, her hat.
Our only chance
you can't be sus of the
this
hat.
Town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that there may yet be one round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Like, I remember getting the original GameCube version of Resident Evil 4, and then the Wii version.
I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the
we will be like the Resident Evil series is going to be a series live play that I will do at some point. It's on the list of series live plays to do, and I'll probably include the remakes in them. So like the originals and then the remakes. That's my plan for it anyway. So we'll be doing 0 or OG 1, 1 remake, 2 remake, 3 remake, 4 remake, and then 5, 6, and 7 and Village. Or sorry, 5, 6, and 7.
What does the day
Even though they're not called 6 and 7, I still call them 6 and 7.
So you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech you.
And by the time we do it, there'll probably be another Resident Evil game that might come out at that point.
That's exactly what I am doing.
And if they remake Code Veronica, hell, I'll add that to it.
The land is crawling with
Because a lot of people want
fiends.
Code Veronica
Someone
to be
has keep
remade.
watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison.
That's probably the only Resident Evil game I haven't played.
You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach.
Do you have the PS3 version of Resident Evil 1, which I believe was a Japanese exclusive? Wow. Never even knew about that one. But yeah, that's the plan.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways.
You're more sus as the paint
also,
dye. But the hat, Platt, the hat! You can't be sus of the hat!
Convince the dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings
That
you
is still what Wonder
friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she
I
did,
like it,
did she?
Platt. I like it.
Right, as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Oh.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
I do
You know,
want to go
Grieger's
and
Reap.
confirm what's what.
One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
So the big thing is obviously like future plans, and obviously one of those is like once the Elden Ring DLC comes out, we'll be playing Elden Ring. So just waiting for that effectively. That's what we're doing right now. I've got a feeling it probably won't come out till next year.
Those were true. I need to stop them before I get to the town.
So we've got a few things to fight us over. We have Blasphemous 2 coming out in August. We also have Liza P coming out in September, I think. So we'll see. See if there's anything else that we can do. Oh yeah, DC Douglas is good as a voice actor. He's really good. He's actually he's father in Octopath Traveler 2 because I recognized his voice immediately. I was like, that sounds like DC Douglas, and it was.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive!
Because he sounds literally like Wesker. I was like, yeah, it's the same guy.
I am. But it seems
I've never seen their Netflix recent.
The thralls have returned.
Yeah, Octopath Traveler 2,
Well, there's something, I suppose.
father, Throne's father,
What were they doing
Throne's
south of
father,
town?
is
They all
DC
came from the
Douglas.
north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from
And
one
he
side or
sounds
the
literally
other.
like Wesker. Like, once you hear him, you'll be like,
Allies
yep,
in the
that's him. Immediately. You'll be
Should
like,
probably go and
that's
have a
him.
look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's
Did I ever
been
play
busy
AI
working
the
her
Somnium
magic on the
Files?
townspeople,
That's a game I've
stirring
wanted
up
to
ill
play,
feeling
but
towards
it's
her
more
father.
visual
She'll have her
novel,
marching
and
in
I've
the
been
barracks if
pining
we're not
for Reese
careful.
to play it.
What? This is exactly what the Dame was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down.
Because I feel it's more of a
Be
Reese
careful out
game,
there,
because
alright?
Reese does more of the,
I'm not like you.
visual novel games.
And I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Oh, you recently got Octopath Traveler 2. Nice, Marshmallows. Once you do Froni's story and listen to her father, and you'll immediately see here it's him.
See, Father?
It's
the
Albert
people of
Wesker.
Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin?
And also, have you ever seen me with puzzles?
Stand against the advancing hordes?
I'm bad. I'm bad at puzzles.
But
If any of somebody else has seen puzzles like 0 times 11, 999, I like my per brain.
We can rebuild Sandbreak.
My per brain.
As Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
No.
You will hold your tongue, whore.
Flip.
You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Hey, Healy.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are.
No.
The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
Well.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive!
This is why I love
I met
her.
a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand.
Happy Friday, Keely. Hope you're doing good.
Did you hear me? That was an order.
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes.
Go, Isabel.
Protect those that we love. Together for Northreach.
Yeah. I am doing good. I'm doing good. It's Friday.
What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on.
So we have that Friday feeling around here. Try to anyway.
But she is but a common
whore. Yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
I did say this game is rated 18 for reasons, and I think those sentences of what was just uttered are as the precise reasons why this game is rated 18. But a lot of swearing in this game, more than I'm used to. You have that tired feeling, but yeah, weekend. I mean, yeah. You've been through quite a bit though, Kaylee, so...
Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone
in
there to meet
more recent weeks.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
Milady?
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should
Oh no, Clive, we're very overpowered. We can probably hold them all back.
Thank you, both of you.
We are very overpowered.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Even Clive being posh saying madame. I like it. I like it a lot. So yeah, I did say we were going to beat the game today, but the amount of side quests, we might not beat the game today. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a kid, so I can't imagine being tired from having a child, but or with a child, but I can imagine.
There are so many of them.
Not for long. Just begun.
I was about to say.
This one. Get him.
Oh, we have the Undertaker. Hi, Undertaker. You're back again. No key in this time. No worries, my fella. Spirit Forbidden. You're not allowed that attack. On the movie that almost bankrupt Square.
That looks to be the last of them.
Although I'm really appreciative that's only like a rumor
Come on, Toggle.
that people spread because the movie was bad. So I actually don't know if it actually did almost bankrupt Square.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire.
I mean, it's a Final Fantasy game. We know what empires
Without a
do.
strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force.
nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Yeah, you're being sensible
Our
for a
purpose
change.
was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Well said,
Thank you,
Isabel.
Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief.
Relief.
Today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, my lady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
I thought that would be the end of the quest. It's not.
Get you anything?
So this should give me the last piece of orichalcum that I need for the best weapon in the game. Well, the best weapon in the game outside of New Game Plus.
Just a little further.
This the last one?
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
We bit of flirt there, Clive. Jill will be happy.
Very well. Long ago,
No.
I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas,
There's a difference between like being respectful and like flirting.
for naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, He was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me.
So you should.
That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter. All united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
So is this it? Is this our third piece for Calicum? Should be. Yep, there it is. We can get it. That's all it is quest now. Let's get the best weapon in the game. Outside of New Game Plus.
So what do I owe the honor? Not saying Fornian, do you?
Oh, did I not get the Dark Steel? Crap. I forgot about that. I forgot about the Dark Steel.
That it? Fine.
Gonna have to look up where to get those. And yeah, I forgot. I was like, did I know? I thought I did get them, but I didn't. But I do have enough for Calicum now. Was I not dead? Yes, I forgot the dark steel. That's what I forgot.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
There it is.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger?
What are you buying?
We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
As much as I want to sing the song, I'm not going to sing the song. You can't make me sing the song.
Not waste time on
because I'm not doing it. You can't force me to do it.
Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Sing the song? What's the song? You know, From a Distance. You know, you should know From a Distance, Platt. You know, From a Distance. I don't know the words of it. That song. You don't mean that, Kaylee. I don't know the rest of the words. From a distance, we are the world on high. Da, 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 da. It goes something like that. From a distance, we are something like that. It wasn't Jim quite impressed. I will take that as a compliment, I think. What else would it be? Out of tune, Platt. Which is usually how my singing goes.
But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull.
Wow.
So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history.
Interesting
point. A series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves.
Was it Churchill said? History is written by the victors.
Pain. That is all. You may keep the book. For now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
And he's gone.
Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
And where is this now? Titans, Wick, Dalmacia. Where's this close to? Kretov? So I'm actually doing a few hunts here because this one is for to get the items for the best weapon in the game. I forgot about these ones because I forgot about them. The other ones I did off screen, but these ones I forgot about. That's one way of leveling up. Hi. Think he's angry?
Friends, Ultima. If it's me you want, I'm right here.
You're not going to do the pseudo. one down. I think we have enough money.
And don't come back.
I don't think he can come back. Prince. So I am using a guide to find these, just in case you're wondering, because the game doesn't mark them. For whatever reason, they don't. So you kind of have to Google them. Northreach. And the only problem is I don't remember where Northreach is, but we'll find it. So it's about here-ish.
And how might I help it?
So I'll have to, yeah, I'll have to cut through town. Yeah, we're not beating this game today. We're not beating the game today because there's so many side quests. Oh well, it's fine. They decided to just pile on the side quests at the very end.
I haven't seen any of those beastly... Do be careful.
I will.
I'm not complaining about it, it's just, you know... Because, like, as I said, that's the one part of the game that I'm, like, super high praise of, is because the side quests are all fully voiced. It's just I didn't expect so many at the very end, but then again, it's the end, so, you know, I guess I should have expected it. The game's like, hey, we know you're close to the end, we know you're close to completing me, but... I kind of did want to beat the game today, because I don't like starting a new game in the middle of a week, but hey-ho. Because if we're beating the game on Monday, then we'll start the game on Wednesday. Prince of Death. Yeah, I don't think I actually hit all of the attacks. Yeah, that all missed because it disappeared. punch death. Killing Death with Zantuzic is, or Prince of Death with Zantuzic is, very apt. Very apt indeed. There's a second dark skill.
I'm getting tired of these things.
That's a bit, Clive. We don't have to do any more though. Because we have enough now for the best weapon in the game. Barring New Game Plus.
Crack the crystal.
Kill the god. Save the world. I miss anything? No, that's pretty much the plan. I love this plan. It's a great plan. Don't change the plan.
Not a very good one.
If you ask me.
But then,
Can't say I have much practice killing gods. I have. I've played enough RPGs to do that. Now fortune kit to kill a god. That I might be able to help you with. That's less than do after all you've given us. That's more than enough. You can fight me when you get back.
what do you want?
Where is it? There it is. Da, 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 da.
No scratches, right? And
Best weapon in the game. We have it now. I don't even know how you even pronounce it. Because it's not that, like, the ultimate weapon, for those that don't know, is in New Game Plus only. This is the Gotterdammerung. Gotterdammerung? I'm not German, so I don't actually know how you pronounce it.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
I mean, that's technically true.
But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one.
So is truth basically an opinion?
The history of the bearers proves.
Hold on.
You said that the book inspired you to become a
Yeah,
scholar.
actually.
It did.
Technically
its
speaking,
author, rather.
sometimes the truth could be an opinion.
She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm.
Just me being
And by
philosophical.
shunning society, or
Sometimes I
perhaps being shunned
do
by
that.
it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled.
Welcome
at the
to
prospect of its
metaphysics.
utterance.
Oh god.
I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift.
I think the less said about
And
metaphysics,
though
the
my
better.
journey to
Plot,
the
because
truth
I
might
wouldn't
be
have a
a
clue.
lonely
Like
one,
that would make my
I
head
found
hurt
that my destination would be more than worth the cost.
to think about it.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not...
Like, especially recently with all the stuff that's been happening here in the UK with the
I'm not entirely
newspapers
sure
and stuff.
anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of
So
studying
for
mankind from a rather
plot, for
closer
plot,
perspective
if you
than I
didn't
had
know,
intended.
basically this news reporter,
But the more
has been alleged, hasn't been like proven that he's done bad things.
Looking not from the outside,
but a newspaper reported it to be effectively like he did it.
I'd like to continue my work here.
So
remember, Clive, when enough people believe.
This is a bit of a this is I can't even say that word. Epistemology. My bad. I mean, easy mistake to make.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
I wouldn't even know. How do you guys know so much? Seriously. I'm like, what are these words? I don't even know half these words mean. Epistemology. Okay. That's how you say that word. That's the first time I've heard of that word, by the way.
Your benefactors are a generous lot. Here you are. All done?
Yeah, how many quests are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests left. Including... Are there any left in the world map? I don't think there are. No, I did all the ones on the world map. It's just the ones in here. It's pretty deep stuff, to be fair. I mean, it sounds it.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his
What's the
boots.
truth? How is the truth
Sounds
worm?
reasonable.
Can truth exist without people to
So you
perceive
happen
it,
to oversee the
etc.?
boss test, then?
Oh god. That sounds
One can never have
very
too many
complicated.
scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
I'm just like, like what my opinion of that would be.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master.
It's fun to explore in gentle, safe, relaxed settings, at least to me. I mean, it sounds it, but it also like would be one of those things that would be like, oh god, this is hurting my head. Oh god, help.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And
I
even
guess for
better
me,
her,
like, what my
bearers with
opinion
no
of
one
it
to
would
look
be.
after them. When ether started lapping at the walls.
Well,
the
actually,
jailers
let's use the recent
bearers
example.
To be liberated by whoever happened to come along
The recent
next.
example of what I just said was basically like a newspaper was like, "This is true," that a news reporter, BBC news reporter, did this thing, and well, it's alleged he did it, but it's not been proven.
Risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast and leave
And
them to
people are
starve.
really annoyed at this newspaper.
We'll be needing the Enterprise
In
if
fact,
we're going
this
to navigate
newspaper
the
has been
Narrow.
notorious for doing
Does
it.
that
It's done it before.
I'm making an exception, but we travel together.
So
We
like,
stay no
you
longer
know,
than
it's
we
hard
have
to even trust
Ash is an inhospitable place at the best
something
of
like
times.
a
We save as
newspaper.
many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name.
So
in
for
the
me,
prison
I guess
register.
like
A name from my past.
you sort of have to, if there is something that's been said
Another
as
of my
truth,
former master's protégés.
I think you sort of need to
Gifted
confirm it for
soldier, and
yourself.
The closest thing I had to family.
But as you say, can truth
Thought of
exist
him
without
held
people
captive
to
in that
perceive
place.
it?
He must be very important to you.
That's a tricky one because I feel like it would be like one of those
entrance to the
if a
prison
log
lies in
falls
the
in the
shadow
wood,
of
does it still make a
Ravenloft walls,
sound type of
just
thing.
beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can.
So I think the answer to that question would be
only pray
yes.
there are still
It
bears
can
alive
exist
to
without people to perceive it.
As do I, Doris.
In other words, critical thinking is important for understanding Yeah. You definitely do have to be like, okay, if this is like perceived as truth in a newspaper, for using this example, then how do I go corroborating that? Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not the type of a person they say that sort of thing, but I don't know. That's maybe my thoughts on it anyway. Bringing together three men from different backgrounds was not to be without some difficulty. However, come together we did for a better Philistia. The Trinity was for the first step. A longer, more bitter journey awaits us all, one that almost certainly ended hardship. Yet what matters is not the destination, but what we can learn from another while we are on the road there. You paved that road for us with your courage, Clive. Now have the courage to walk it. Sometimes think that many issues in our society come down to lack critical thinking because critical thinking takes up. Yeah. That is true. That is true. Some people think with their hearts rather than their head, which I'm guilty of. I have 100% done that. Haven't we all, you know? The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now. There's still a lot you have to learn about the Hound Year's eye. He's sent for a bloody rage of behemoth at protecting you. That doesn't mean you should take it for granted. In the day, he's a hound. Sometimes you just want someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him some handful of kippo nuts. Kippo nuts, there are in this game. You think I'd remember that? Her icon brought with her much suffering. The loss of Shiva weighs heavily on her heart. Maybe our friends indeed would not seek to lighten that burden, only but a fraction for the departure skies. Let's break forward this in private. Are we going to help Jill?
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
I think it's okay to think of our hearts and the truth against other being stood with the heart was the best. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't say it was. Yeah. No, I should reiterate. I don't think it's incorrect to think with your heart, but yes, you should do with both.
Joshua, I read your message.
Man, we're getting philosophical today. I guess that's what happens whenever you do side quests to Final Fantasy, and they talk about freaking metaphysics.
I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine
or whatever the other word you said, which I've forgotten already.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Yeah, we're not beating the game today. I thought we would be, but we're definitely not with 5 side quests left. Not including the ones we just took on the missives.
This is the place, but I'm sorry, Clive. There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now? We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow. Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of. Then why not ask someone who might know of another? Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then. Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Oh.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen...
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Yeah, about that.
Right. Thank you.
Fortunately, Mantel's already been claimed.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers? The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak. Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay, whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
Off we go to get flowers. Oh, 1 and 3 are both in the same place, so guess we can do 1 and 3 then.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be tested.
Oh, that was where the hunt was, so I could have went there as part of the quest. Oh well.
Seems the Duke's had a change of heart.
It's fine.
We've got more pips than
I hear the Duke's agreed to let us keep our land.
I'm nervous. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me.
Ah.
No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it.
Yeah.
And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions.
Stick to this path and you'll make a fine curse breaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You will need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Yep.
Remember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
I've got a feeling he's going to get captured.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impressed? Me.
Sorry, raptors. Even though you don't look like raptors from Jurassic Park. That's the only reference to raptors I have is Jurassic Park raptors. Knowing me, I might get lost here, so I might need to further the map a wee bit.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword! I can't! Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
So much for stealth. Yeah. I mean, we all know how I deal with stealth, right? Also, a lot of background shot. Yeah, even a big enemy, Xantu second level 5, just does so much damage to it.
Ember, are you?
Did he run off?
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
I mean, Clive, to be fair, you did tell him to run, and he did, so... You know.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had...
Yep, the cast for Crash 4, Wrath of Cortex, and it reinforces
your direction, but
Mark Hamill, Clancy Brown, and Arlie Ernie, aka Jill Sargent.
I'm sorry, Sid.
That's,
I knew the boy had a nervous
that's cool.
streak, but he seemed like...
There's a lot of voice actors that do a lot of different roles. Like, voice actors
I believe this is the logbook you
are
tasked me
badass.
with retrieving.
How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
he has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, he did do the quest, so no.
This won't be an easy decision.
I hear the Duke's agreed.
We've got more pips than the Vale's got paps.
Seems the Duke's had a change of heart.
And Kevin Michael Richardson, aka Captain Gunto from Leaderhood Stitch. Yeah, like a lot of as Bandicoot. There's a Crunch Bandicoot now. Is that like Cranky Kong? You know what I'm not gonna ask? Probably should ask.
Things didn't fight like men.
Also, I think Crunch Bandicoot was a Tony the Tiger ripoff.
Meadows are vast. Where do we
Do you
even
guys
start?
even have Tony the Tiger in the US?
We can start there.
Oh, Tiny the Tiger from Crash 2, right. I thought that was this type of Tony the Tiger. So I was like, oh, he got Tony the Tiger. But there is actually a Tiny the Tiger from Crash 2. Okay. I wonder if that's an actual, like, direct reference. It has to be, right? Who can say indeed, but I mean, come on, it has to be, right?
Look, brother. You see them? I do. The flowers and our friends.
In the remake of Crash Royale, Tiny is voiced by John DiMaggio, who's in one of the FF games. Oh dear. Right.
What do you see, boy?
Oh, that's a big boy.
Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
Kamari Walker from 10, Magello from 12. Yeah. You talked about you to be an FF protagonist. That would be fun. More, huh? Captain walk up to see him because of the Demon Slayer trip to be it. Oh dear. I'm sorry, where's the other one?
This one.
There we go.
That was harder than I expected.
Just a little.
But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
He basically says there's a Jezebel character who has extremely lethal blitzballs with multiple arms.
Let's go.
Oh god. We definitely don't need that in our lives.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
No, we wouldn't. Speak with Jill. Oh no. Are we going to be adorable? We might become adorable.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Oh, I get to pick. You know what? I think he does, because he did get the thing. He did get the thing he was designed to get. Regardless, like, his task was to get the thing without being caught. Which, technically, he was caught by the Evis, but he also couldn't draw a sword against... This is a tough one. You know what? Nah, he deserves it.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on.
Unifree chokes with characters' names like Masked Engine, Noodle Snake, and Hell. For context, Rengoku's name loosely translates to Hell.
Indeed it is.
Interesting.
Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off.
Why hasn't he asked for a day off?
Chance would be
Are there day offs here? Who knows?
Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
And another new quit? Oh god. Okay, fine. Yeah, we are not beating this game today. Oh no, I'll do the rest of the side quests off screen.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
Subtle as ever, Clive. Just ask her out to the place.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough.
Aww.
We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted.
No, of course not.
I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling.
Aww.
Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor.
Of course you did.
And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come.
Better. We already reclaimed the dawn of Octopath 2.
That you would always come.
Aw.
For me.
Stop being adorable! Stop it! Stop!
And
Stop being adorable! Stop it.
And again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Oh! Yay! Sorry, we're at 3/4 of the game for that.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
Aww. Stop being adorable. Stop it. Stop being soppy. I'm just glad that my ship from the very start of the game blossomed. I'm just glad of that. I'm very glad of that. I rarely ship characters, but I'm glad that this one came through.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Oh! Jealous joined Clive Party and remain a film told Party for Origin, okay.
Beres is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
Other died?
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly.
So I'll finish up this side quest and then wrap up. And do the rest of the side quests off screen and then finish the game on Monday.
Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer. I hope. What? We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Oh. Kingdom of Elude hereby designates a facility prison for the detainment of bearers with foreign and domestic purposes. This facility is a rare and training Kuzco beast for deployment in the field. The affirmation purpose of it is a matter of strict secrecy, and any mention that thereof is punishable by death. Captain bearers have been provided solely for the pursuit of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for the use of bearers in any other capacity.
So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Grab the chest, James.
We're not alone.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
Oh, downstairs? Um... The Cusca has long been recognized as an easily aggressive species. This being the case, it is hoped that a successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. Exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It's proposed that instead the bearer captains be employed in order to destroy enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with the minimal loss of Waluda lives.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Cusca and thus require care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. Beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bearers may indeed be its preferred source of sustenance. This behavior is unexpected. It is not unwelcome. Bearers no longer obvious for training purposes can now be repurposed as required.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
Yeah.
Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Not good, in other words.
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even, and those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
Well, what do you think it means?
It means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Jailer's key.
see what we can find down here.
Big open area. Big open area. Might be a boss.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Oh. Hi.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards, they're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? You wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
With pleasure.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't.
Oh hi, that's a big boy.
Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Hi. Oh, it's actually a hunt. Huh.
Beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
Ow.
Get him!
Yeah, I think I had like 3/4 health since you said kind of level 5 took it to like a quarter. That's how strong it is. Yeah. That's as strong as I think it is. It's very strong. Plus it's the best sword in the game. We're very strong.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways.
Just looking for a raid target here.
He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Probably raid. Probably raid Megan actually. Because she's celebrating being 1 year partner as well.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris.
Good on you, Doris.
We'll be counting on you.
Oh, it's a good thing we're actually here, because we can save it here. Yeah, so the one thing I didn't like about it, so far I don't like about this game is you can't save it on the world map. But we can save it here. Right. As I said, I hoped to beat this game today, but I didn't realize how many side quests there were. There are a lot. There still are a lot. I'll do the rest off screen. But thank you for coming out on this basically side quest focused episode. Next time we'll hopefully beat the game. Maybe, potentially, unless there's more side quests. So I'll be back on Monday, all being well. As I said, we'll send the raid to Megan because she's celebrating 1 year of being partner. And yeah, I'll see you folks then.